September 2nd, 2025, regular agenda of Mount Pleasant City Council will now come to order. The time is 6 p.m. At this time, Councilman Hageman is going to say a prayer with us.
Dear Heavenly Father, I just thank you for this day. Thank you for the opportunity for all of us to come together and focus on the city business. I know we have some important things to discuss tonight, and just appreciate all the concerned citizens here tonight and employees. And Lord, I just ask for your judgment in this, Lord, because we are imperfect compared to you. And just help us just listen, pray, and make the best decision we feel like is in best interest of this town. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. The public comments section, the City Council welcomes citizen participation and comments on all council meetings. Citizens' comments are limited to 3 minutes out of respect for everyone's time. The council is not permitted to respond to your comments. The Texas Open Meetings Act requires that the topics of discussion and deliberation be posted on the agenda not less than 72 hours in advance of the council meetings. If your comments relate to a topic that is on the agenda, the council will discuss the topic on the agenda at the time the topic is discussed and deliberated. Do we have any public comments? No? Okay. We'll move on to the consent agenda. The items on the consent agenda are approved through a single council motion, which applies to all items listed. Consent agenda items are considered routine, not likely to require discussion or deliberation, and may be discussed prior to making a motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless the council member requests an item be removed and considered separately. So, item number 1, consider approval of the August 19th, 2025 meeting minutes. Item number 2, consider pay request number 27 for Heritage Construction LLC for work performed at the Southside Wastewater Treatment Plant. Item number 3, consider pay request number 10 for Wicker Construction Incorporated for work performed on the West Loop Wastewater Collection Project. Item number 4, consider pay request number 2 for Capital Underground Utilities for work performed on Housing Authority water improvements. And item number 5, consider pay request number 3 for J2 Construction Services for work performed at the Industrial Lift Station and Fort Main. So do we have any council members wishing to remove any items? If none, I'll call for a motion to approve all present.
I make a motion we approve the consent agenda items.
I second.
All right, Madam Secretary, can you take a vote?
Yes. Aye.
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 The vote is unanimous, and we will move on to the regular agenda. Item number 6. Hold a public hearing and consider Order 25-009, a declaration of dilapidated structure at 803 East 4th Street within the city of Mount Pleasant, Texas. Find it dilapidated and or deteriorated and damaged so as to require repair, rehabilitation, or demolition, providing a time within which the owner should rehabilitate, repair, or demolish such structure, and to consider ordering city abatement and subsequent lien on the dilapidated structure at 803 East 4th Street, City Block 163, Lot 2C and 3. And we'll open the public hearing. And John?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. So tonight we do have a couple items on the agenda. It'll be 803 East Fourth and 205 Martin Luther King, or MLK. Just to kind of go over the process for those who may not know, our dilapidated structures or substandard structures is covered in our ordinance, Chapter 150, as well as State Statute, Chapter 214. City staff will identify properties that are substandard or dangerous. They will reach out to owners to try to get the issues resolved. If not, then we will send a property notice to the owners, laying out the process to bring the item before City Council. City Council will then hear the case, and they will decide either to demolish the structure or let them repair it according to an agreed-upon plan. If they don't demo it in 30 days, then the city will take the necessary steps to demolish the building. So this first one is 803 East 4th Street. I think only 3 of you were here when we brought this originally. I don't know if you remember, but the property owner had brought her daughter, and her daughter was going to take possession of the property, and she was going to rehabilitate it. Well, I went and looked it up the other day just to kind of see where they're at, and I saw that the bank has now taken possession of the property. So it's solely owned by U.S. Bank and Trust. I did reach out to them. They actually have the property up for sale. It's a 4-acre lot with the structure on it. She said that they would not be here tonight, so I don't think there'll be anybody, but they're, as far as I know. But basically, the structure's run down. I mean, there's holes throughout the building. The rear portion of the building has caught fire. They did at least attempt to board it up in a couple locations here and here. These are pictures from last week, so they're current. But in its current state, it's still dilapidated, and we would recommend that council move to demolish the building.
All right, let's go ahead and close the open meeting. And can I have a motion? Go ahead, Debbie.
We have a new mic system, an upgraded system. So, okay, all right. Anyway, this is the one we've already heard. They've already had their 30 days, because we saw this a few months ago when they were here.
Yeah, at the time, we tabled it. So during that meeting, it was actually tabled, so there was no motion made by council. And so I'm actually bringing it back now to actually get the motion. And then I'll still have to wait 30 days. The person who's supposed to be closing on it in 2 weeks, actually a local person, I did talk to him today. And he agrees it needs to be demolished. It's just a matter, if he closes, he'll probably demolish it. If not, then we still have the notice where we can demolish it.
All right, can I get a motion?
I make a motion that we declare the building at 803 East 4th, dilapidated and substandard as required by Chapter 150. Thank you.
A second.
Madam Secretary, can I get a vote, please?
Aye.
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 Yes.
Motion passed unanimously. We'll go ahead and,
Still up.
never mind, I hit it for you. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and, open a public hearing for item number 7. Hold a public hearing and consider order 25-010 at declaration of a dilapidated structure at 205 Martin Luther King within the city of Mount Pleasant, Texas. Find it to be dilapidated and or deteriorated and damaged so as to require repair, rehabilitation, or demolition, providing a time within which the owner should rehabilitate, repair, or demolish such structures, and to consider ordering city abatement and subsequent lien of dilapidated structure at 205 MLK, French Addition, Block 1, Lot 19B and 20. John?
So this particular property, it's been vacant since 2022. It's had no water or utility services since 2022. We've been basically mowing it, maintaining it for probably 2 or 3 times a year, 4 times a year for the last 3 or 4 years. And so as you can see with the property, it's starting to fall apart. The siding's falling off on it. It's got exposed. There's broken windows that have been boarded up. There's no electrical service. This door's been boarded up. It's just in a state of disrepair and dilapidated. I did try to reach out to the property owners. They never got, but he'll be here this evening. But we recommend that council order it to be demolished.
Any questions? Discussion? All right, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and can I get a motion?
Make a motion on order 25010 for 205 Martin Luther King to approve demolition.
I second the motion.
Madam Secretary, can we get a vote, please?
Aye.
Yes. Aye.
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 The motion passed unanimously. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item. I'm breaking a laugher, I'm sorry. Item number 8. We're gonna open up a public hearing for item 8, hold a public hearing and consider proposing the tax rate for the fiscal year 2026. That's great.
Push once, it works. So, thank you, Mayor Lyon, members of the City Council. So we have 2 public hearings tonight, as they are on the agenda separately. However, my presentation, because I don't think that you can propose a tax rate without understanding what it's going to be paying for or why it's being recommended certain tax rates. So I will do a presentation that will basically cover both the tax rate and the budget for 2025-26. So with that, I would like to just first start by saying that budgets are always kind of a difficult thing. It's always more difficult. The less funds you have or the more tight funds are, because then you have to make a lot of priority decisions that we all have different opinions on what's most important. We have to be able to serve and answer to our community. You have to be able to operate the city efficiently. All those things are very important. And so I thought it would be good for me just to say to all of you, you know, what is it that I do when I come in for my budget? And this is my second budget with you all. With 3 of you, it's our second budget. The first one was one of what was extremely difficult because we had to make very significant changes to it. This one I will call not as difficult, but still it's a tight budget, and we do have some things that are we have to make decisions on moving forward. But as I go through it, the first step I take is my budget philosophy is I look at what does the revenue look like coming in for next year. So before I can really talk to my staff, I need to know how much money is going to be there. It really doesn't matter how much they put in their budget if I don't even know how much money's there. So I do that. For instance, this year, once we looked at it, and they'd already started the process when I got here for this year's budget, and I told them those numbers don't work because the asks are more than the revenues coming in, and so we began with coming forward with, before they met me, with 3% reductions in their operating budgets. So then, secondly, it's, you know, you're looking at how do you, a goal of trying to maintain at least the same level of services that the community gets today. And so I look at that as I move forward with the budget. A balanced budget is critically important to me and my philosophy. You're going to take a look at all the departments. You're kind of going to review them and see personnel-wise, are they overstaffed, understaffed, what is it? Or are they just right now, and we've been able to manage with the staffing levels that we have. You're going to take a look at sales and property tax revenue, and then on the utility side, you're going to look at the rate revenue. Again, I said that early on, but it's very important, again, to know that. And I would suggest to you, again, like we talked before, at 6 months, certainly in the utility fund, because it's got 2 years of increases now that have not been fully seen in the revenue side. So you should do that for sure after 6 months with the utility fund. keeping that in mind, and I just say that, you know, I look at this job because I've done it for 30-some years, that when you look at your revenue, your chart that we give you on a monthly basis can look fine on revenue, but just remember that property tax comes in early on in the year, and it all comes in. So although maybe you budget or you estimate $6 million in property tax revenue coming in, it's coming in early when you all get your tax bills and pay your tax. Sales tax comes in monthly. So it's gonna inflate where you are when you just look at percentages. So those two are your big two revenue sources. Property taxes, pretty much we get the number from the county. They tell us what it's gonna be because you're basically a year behind. And so you pretty well know that. Your big flexible number is gonna be your sales tax. That's the one to watch closely. So we look at that. I do look at the strength of employees and try to make a decision. 80% of this budget, when it comes to the general fund, is payroll. It's salaries. We're in a service-oriented business. So 80% of that's gonna be coming out of compensation and pay to employees. And then I do look at staffing levels, but I also say, are we competitive when we look at our staffing, how much we pay? Are we having trouble recruiting? Do we want to retain employees? All of those things come into mind as you continue to look at all parts of the budget. I think it is important for me to say, for 3 of you know that, and we're part of it, that 15 positions were eliminated last year to make that budget balanced at the end of the year. And so staffing has been reduced quite significantly. 15 out of 117, it's almost 10% of the employees. That's citywide. And then I think finally, as we've talked quite a bit about where your reserves are, that I want to ensure that the city council policy is met at the end of the year that we're proposing. That is at 16, almost 17%, and we will be at 19% this year. And then utilities, and we'll talk about it in a minute, we're not at what industry standards would look like, and so you'll see the proposed budget leaving money in their revenues over expenditures for you to reach that. So I just wanted to share that with you. Sometimes I think people just think maybe it's just deep state or whatever, trying to figure out what to do, but we look at all those things. We look at our service levels, we look at tax rates, we look at all of those things. So I just wanted to share that with you before I started going here. So with that said, I have a lot of slides, but we're gonna go fast. Who's got the button? There we go. So this is kind of moving forward a little bit. First, I'll start by letting the public know that the city council has met 2 times already on work sessions on this budget in early August. And at that point in time, you saw line items for all the different departments. Departments gave comments regarding all of their various expenditure budgets. And so this tonight is kind of a synopsis. It's gonna be a big picture overview of the city's budgets. So August 15, the proposed budget was posted, and if you really want to see those line item informations, you can go online and see those. It's got the line item budget included there. September 2 is today. You're going to do a public hearing regarding proposed budget and tax rate. And I want to make sure you all understand that we're required to have you vote on a proposed tax rate so that we can have 2 weeks between that and when you actually adopt it. And so tonight you're going to be asked to approve a proposed tax rate that will be voted on, as will your budget, at the next council meeting, September 16th. Or if you choose to take more time to deliberate, the deadlines for that approvals are the 29th and 30th of September. Next slide. So here is the city of Mount Pleasant's finances. This has all of the funds, and this is the revenue side. If you look down to the bottom, you have $47 million in revenue, and then that is up from $45 million a year before, and the vast majority of that is in regards to the utility fund, which those rate increases were made, and so there's about a $2 million increase in the revenues to the utility fund. Next slide. Sometimes this is a little misleading, so you have to look at the last slide, which says 49 million. This slide tells you that it shows 92 million for the proposed budget, 98 million for the last year's budget. This also includes all your capital projects that have been approved through the bond issuance. And so we budget for those every year. Sometimes they're done, sometimes they're midway through. And so the change has to do with what construction was done on the water side through this past year. Again, so really, when you look at it from an operating perspective, it's basically the city has $50 million operating budget. Next slide. Quick one, the two largest funds, which we'll focus on tonight, and which we usually do, these are the ones you have the most control over. The general fund, which is police, fire, parks, the administration, planning, those types of areas. So we have a current budget of 15.9, proposed is 15.8, proposed revenue is 15.817, and again, I wanted to mention the 15 positions. And then so the last line is the fund balance, which I mentioned earlier, will end, the proposed budget ends with a 19% fund balance as it is now. Next slide. Utility fund, here's where you see the difference. The current budget is 18.8, the proposed budget is 19.5. However, the revenues are 20,432,000 that we project. The utilities will replace their leased vehicles over a 2-year period. We budgeted $250,000 for that. Budget establish a capital replacement fund, $250,000 for that, and a water master plan of $200,000. Again, projected revenue at the end of the budget is $859,000, and that will bring your fund balance up to 20%, which I would say in the utilities is basically in the low end of what's we'll call the standard for government utility funds. Can we go back to that slide real quick? So for council, and I'll go through this in just a minute, there's changes here based on a error we caught when we did the debt service between the general fund and the utility fund, and I'll go through details with that. Basically what that did is we reversed the payments, so most of the money we borrowed was utilities and some was general fund. Well, we basically put the payment to the utility fund and the general fund and the general fund over the utility fund. So we lowered these from the work session because it obviously it increased the payment there in debt service, so what was remaining was less. And so instead of trying to do the larger numbers, which was $500,000, all vehicles, the first year we lowered that to $250,000, doing it over 2 years on utilities. And then the capital replacement fund, instead of starting with $500,000, it's going to start with $250,000. So we'll talk more about exactly what that was. The only things it impacted on the operating budget side is right here and those two areas, the replacement fund and the leased vehicles. Those are the only changes from the earlier budget that we talked about during the work session. Next slide. Very quickly, just so everybody knows, and I think sometimes this seems like everybody knows this, but City Council actually has under them, working directly for them, the city attorney, boards and commissions they appoint, city manager, the municipal judge, and the EDC board, they select that. And then their city staff under city manager, and under the EDC board is the executive director. Next slide. Next slide. I messed that one up. I was supposed to give the whole organizational chart, and it just ended up being the administrative side. So you live it so you understand what it is. This is a total position list. If you look at the bottom, it says 178 position, but also includes the EDC and part-time people. So basically you have 170 employees working for the city on a full-time basis. Next slide. So one of the things that I wanted to do here is a couple things carry throughout. So when you talk about employee compensation, it doesn't matter which fund you're in, utility, general fund, airport, whatever fund that is, civic center, all of those employees fall under the same City of Mount Pleasant compensation plan. So what I like to do here on a couple items is explain a couple things that are consistent throughout all funds and impact all funds. So the first one is Mount Pleasant compensation plan. We've had a lot of conversation between City Council and staff and myself in regards to this, so I just wanted to put it up on the forefront that there's a compensation plan. It's based on ranges, which are established after a compensation study, which was done back in 2021. And so the way that works, there's steps, 10 steps that an employee would go through that credits them for each year of a satisfactory performance. They get it's basically 3% in between steps in all these ranges. There will be a 3% market adjustment, and I've heard people calling it COLA. Those are kind of simultaneous, or they're consistent with each other. they'll increase all ranges in the starting pay for all positions by 3%. So as you look at competitive markets and other people raising their ranges, basically when they give a cost of living or a market adjustment, they raise the whole range up. And so that would be the same here. You raise the whole range up. And you do that, well, I'll get to that specific recommendation in a minute. So then at the end is just that all employees are eligible for a step increase except for those who have reached step 10 or are not performing satisfactorily. Next slide. So I just wanted to show everybody this is what a pay plan looks. I know you can't read it. I have a couple slides that'll help you a little bit, but all you can see is, so on the left-hand side is all of the different ranges, and keep going, there's 3 of them. So here's slide 2, here's slide 3, and so there's 10 steps. So if you look at their 10 steps, so that's how an employee expects to proceed through for each year of service. There's a step increase that they're eligible for. And it does assume that each year that the city council funds step increases or any raises for employee. It's not automatic if the city council, or for last year we did do step increases, but we did not make the market adjustment or the cost of living increase. So that's what it looks like. Next slide. So here's a simple way of putting it. So there's all of those letters to the left. There's positions in all of those different areas. And basically it goes from the lowest level employee to a higher level employee. This does not include directors or city manager is not in here. That decision was made back in 2021 not to include them in this specific pay plan. Basically, they had a range between, I think it was 90,000, 80,000, and 150,000. And so when we do the next comp study, I absolutely recommend that they get included so you can see the entire pay plan for all employees. Next. So then when I said, so you have the range, you put in a range, and then each year, in this we pick the fleet technician, which is a grade F. And so you can see each year they're eligible to see that increase in steps. And at the end of 10 years, once they get to step 10 and they still were with the city, there's no additional step increases that they'll be able to get. Next slide. So here's my recommendation in the proposed budget, that there be a 3% adjustment for all employees to keep pace with other cities for retention. No market adjustment increase was given to employees this fiscal year. Last market adjustment increase was in October of 2023. So last year we had a very difficult time, needed to balance a out of balanced budget. And so I made the recommendation to only do the step increases, which meant that only people that were below step 10 were eligible for that. So there were 45 to 50 employees who got no raises last year when it came to the market and adjustment or the step increases. Again, I just reiterated the next sentence, so next slide. So then the study for next year that we have approved moving forward on, last comp study was done 5 years ago. It provides city with valuable information. Should you wish to make market adjustments for next year's budget, it'll show you positions that are at market, some may be under market, and some actually may be over market. But when you do receive that, you're able to make those decisions on which position should move up, which should not. And I will say, having some of these done from time to time, you can get swings as big as 10, 15% within a 5 or 6 year period. And so you will, as a council, look at your funding available to make adjustments. And what I always said is, sometimes you can't make those adjustments in one year. You just fiscally can't do that. And so I think the best thing to do is consider focusing on a plan to do that over multiple years, depending on what the impact is of what that study showed you. And I put on there that funding for any market adjustments or step increases have to be approved by the city council on an annual basis as part of this budget process. Next slide. So we had a lot of conversation because one of the reasons that the recommendation that I'm giving, especially on the market side of this, is that we picked police officer, which I think that police officers are probably one of the highest areas that there's a gap between what we pay and what the market's paying out there, or what comparative cities, I should say, is what they're paying. So this is probably one of the worst case scenarios for you. But certainly, as you see from this, what we tried to do is say, Mount Pleasant's currently at 55, Sulphur Springs 63, Paris 70, Greenville 70. And these are just several of them that we quick contacted. And then their budgets are also being adopted, and so you see proposed increases for Mount Pleasant. My recommendation is Sulphur Springs is 5, Paris is 3, Greenville's 5. If you look down below, there's also step increases, the 3% that I'm proposing, and Paris actually has another 2% that they are proposing with that. So when I recommend to you, and again, as I look at the whole budget, I say, well, if all of these are gonna get approved by their city councils, and let's just say you did nothing, you will be 5% more behind than what these numbers show you. So if you just kind of look at current, and then I put the 2026 salary to the right side, which indicates that even there, you fall behind a little bit, even with the 3% increase on a couple of the agencies. So it just to me, it's, as I look at the budget, and I know it's difficult, but that's a decision that when I look at proposing to you a budget, I look at retention, and we cut 15 positions. I'd rather keep the good and the experience that I have. And so that's why you see me attempting to fund this, or proposing that the city council will fund this for this coming year. Next slide. So there's also longevity pay, and I guess sometimes you think, well, why wouldn't you hide this stuff? Well, it's been a very hot topic of conversation from council on what can we afford, how do we support this, and so forth. So here is what longevity pay is. The city employees are eligible for that. It recognizes long-term commitments and loyalty, recognizes employees have dedicated a significant portion of their career to government agencies. Next slide. So the cost for that is in past year, at least last year, the longevity pay was $10. And so the overall cost citywide, so that includes all funds, so that almost $50 million worth of funds that you see there, that's where that $197,000 will come from. If it was decided to go to $7, it's $138,000 impact. $4, which is the bottom for public safety, is $79,164. I just want to provide that to you because I want to be absolutely transparent on what impacts these various pieces of a compensation study or a compensation plan actually cost the city. So next slide. So then again, the other thing that covers all employees equally amongst all funds is the benefit packet. And there's medical and dental. I think to say to you that we were fortunate to only see 5% on the medical increase, and you can see on the right-hand side that the city's portion 67, but employees' portion is 12,000 of that, so employees do pick up some of that. And then dental, you can see it's pretty well half and half between employees and the employer. And so again, those are things that cover all of the funds equally. Next slide. So we'll jump over the general fund now, and I'm going to be pretty quick. You've seen it, I know, 2 or 3 times already from me, so bear with me. Here's the general fund revenues for the 2025-26 budget. And again, as I mentioned earlier, you can look in property taxes at $5 million, sales tax $6 million. The landfill fees are also pretty consistent. They're a flat rate charge that people get charged for their trash pickup. And so those are pretty consistent, and that totals $15,817,000, slightly less than it was in last year's budget. Next slide. So here's the expense side of it, and you can see again those numbers. Basically, again, you have police is the largest, fire's second, parks is third. Everybody else is below $1 million in their specific departments. Next slide. So I always like to give a quick pie chart because it says more than all those numbers and you can't really see it. But that breaks down your well, this is on the revenue side. It shows you how much you depend on property tax and sales tax for the budget to fund the operations of the city. Next slide. Here's the expense side. So again, you can see police at 36, fires at 26, parks is at 10, 9. And so you can see that's about 65–70% of the overall budget. Other general government is 13%. It's catch-all for absolutely everything else that the city has that's not specific to a department. Next slide. So here's the Here's a chart that, as a city council, certainly the council that went through the first budget with me, that your general fund balance was trending downward to less than 7%, which your policy is 16, almost 17%, and you were able to pull that back up to above the council policy at 16.67, and as you can see, we're remaining the same balance as we were. It's right about 20% or 19% for the general fund. Next slide. CIP, as I mentioned earlier, when you see that big number of the expenses, these are all the things, these were associated with the bond issue. The ladder truck, ordered, fire station roof still needs to be done, training facility. Part of the annual street rehab happened this year, but there's still over $1 million left in there. Civic center improvements, Delwood Park is the park improvement side, and you just saw some plans and us moving forward on that. And then airport improvements, that's grant funding that they were able to receive that grant for improvements to the airport. Next slide. We'll jump over to utility side. This one's got both the revenue and the expenditures on the same sheet, so you can see the revenue top side, and I think it's pretty clear for you all to see that your water revenue is your big revenue source for the city. So how we provide water is where the majority of our customers are. And so you see that 12 million, it's an increase over last year. But I will say that's kind of the fluctuating one too, because depending on if it's a wet year or dry year, you always see the numbers, so you always kind of track that specific one, looking at your water sales. And then comparing it to prior years was last year. A dry year, was it a wet year? So sometimes if you see high water usage, you have to be careful not to get over exuberant because your revenue's up, because it could have been a dry year, you get a wet year, it's gonna be on the other side. It's one of the reasons you actually have reserve balances, so that you don't end up cutting budgets back and forth every year, so that if need be, you've got a reserve account that can backfill a wet year where revenues aren't as high if it's a very short-term issue that you're dealing with. So here we are able to budget on the revenue side 20 million, then you look on the expense side, so we're down to 19.5. So you see at the end it's a surplus of $859,000, and we'll show you in the slide why that shows that at the end of the day. Next slide. Again, your revenue sales, like I said, water and sewer are the absolutely two biggest charges that you see. Next slide. Utility fund expenses are a little bit more broken up, even though they're mostly connected to providing the water to the customers throughout the city. Next slide. So rate increases, again, no one wants rate increases and no one wants property tax increases. So the city in 2023 adopted 5-year rates that included 17.23% raise, a second one at 17.23. This year it is scheduled, it has been approved for 4.93% rate increase, based on looking at the health of what the utility was and how quickly it's rebounded and come forward and been able to meet minimum requirements and start using replacement funds. I'm not recommending that a rate increase be given at this time. This year, I think that once you get 2 years of rate increases from the revenue from the rate increases, which would be probably February of next year, you take a good hard look at it. All that the study did and all the former council did approved a rate increase for this fiscal year. So if indeed you see that it's problematic moving forward, during that period of time after you can look at 2 solid years of revenue that you receive from the new rates, the 35%, then you could make a decision to just put that into place, and then it would just begin it later. In the past, it's been approved as part of the budget, but it didn't actually start until January. So if you met in February, early March, we're able to really look at those 2 years, see that it's not coming in as we thought or as is projected, you can always make a vote to approve that rate increase. Basically, it's already approved. You're just enacting it. It'll just start at a different month than it has in the past, which is January. It'll start maybe in April. Next slide. Sewer rates is the same. you had the you had two rate increases, basically 34.5%. Again, recommended was 4.93 for sewer as well. Again, I recommend that you not do that rate increase for this year. Next year is already approved, another 4.93% rate increase. So that one you definitely need to take a serious look at. And I'll always say this, cities get caught up in this all the time. No one wants to raise rates. No, nobody wants you to raise rates, but if you allow yourself to fall behind and not at least try to keep up with the increased costs, inflationary costs, you will find yourself doing 2 years at 17%, 35% over 2 years, which will be it's a real hit to those who are the consumers of our water. And so I always say, better to look at small, keep up with costs, keep up with inflation every year, than it is to sit back and say 0, 0, 0, and then do 35% over 2 years. Next slide. There's your water sales graphs. That's what we're proposing for next year. Again, increased revenues from the year before. Next slide. Sewer charges, you see the same thing from there you can kind of see the increase between 24 and what we estimate 25 will be the impact of a year and a half's worth of new sewer rates. You can see the jump in those numbers in that particular year. Next slide. Solid waste, as I said, is pretty uniform here, and so again, it's on a slow ride. They basically ask for inflation every year, and so that's what you basically see in this chart. Next slide. So again, I want to go back to this with water and utilities. So $200,000 for water master planning, and a lot of that has to do with where's TriSud going. They are one of our biggest customers. We service them, we provide water to them, and they're certainly looking at taking a different path. They're looking at perhaps building a new water treatment plant. That's pretty important for us to know whether they are or aren't, and if they aren't, how do we resolve some of the differences and the issues that we have with them. And the way to look at that is how do our systems work together, and then how can they work together 10 years from now and 20 years from now. So it's very important that you do this right now, and Rob and I have met with them recently and informed them that we're doing this, and hopefully that they'll be willing participants as we move forward in this area. And again, $250,000 for vehicle replacement. We have leases on all our vehicles. The rates were really good when it started. It made sense to lease. Those rates have gone up. It doesn't make sense to lease. And I think to me, it's you get 4-year leases, and you may have a vehicle that very easily could last you 10 years. And so you're getting new vehicles every 4 years. I think it's first of all, I don't like to have monthly payments at the tune of $500,000 to $600,000 every year in lease payments. I'd rather, I recommend that the city move forward, replace the fleet, and then replace them when they need to be replaced. Some vehicles, like police vehicles, are very consistent, and you do not want a police car to break down when you're calling 911. So that's a pretty consistent replacement process. But if you're in parks or if you're in code enforcement or planning, you're not nearly as hard on those vehicles, and let's see if we can get more years out of them. And then finally, the reserve, the $859,000, it brings you to $3.9 million, which is 20% of your operating budget, which I will say is it's right in what's industry standard, governmental standards, but it is still on the low side. But I think that's why you take a good look at where your utility revenues are going, and you might want to just try to bump that up a little higher. So when something goes wrong in the wastewater system or water system, it's expensive. It's not like a car goes bad in your police department, you got to replace a car. You got screw pump things that cost you $250,000, $350,000 per. So you do want a good reserve for something that comes up that's unexpected. Next slide. Here's the CIP, and City Council been working on it for a few years. You've been approving payment after payment after payment, and this just highlights all the projects that are being done right now. Wastewater treatment plant, West Loop system, industrial park, wastewater treatment plant generators, water treatment plant generators, the water treatment plant, John Deere reroute, we call it that because we have a sewer line in the back of the John Deere dealership, and it's been eroded by the creek there, so we have to reroute that so it doesn't fail on us back there and dump into the creek. So that's being rerouted. And the filter system, we're having a discussion whether we really need to do that at this time or not. And so these are all the projects that you have, and I think I want to say, and I've said it once, twice, three, four, five, 6, or 7 times, is that city has a lot of debt, has done a lot of investment in utilities in order to prepare for growth. And so I would hope that our focus as a partners with the EDC will look towards where utilities are and where we're building them in order to really try to grow our customer base there, but also grow our city when it comes to property sales and all the above. These investments will have to be paid back. These debt service payments will have to be paid back, and so we want to encourage more and more people to join. Next slide. Here's I told you we look at your utility fund balance trends. So here you are again, and I learned that the 931 was kind of like, why was that so high? And what I was told or informed that reserve, so it's these reserves are called unrestricted. When I show you these slides, they're unrestricted. And at that particular number was shown with the bond payments were showing up as reserves. So money you collect for paying your bonds or in reserves for your bonds was showing up here. So once that got taken out of the list of unrestricted, because they are restricted, you have to use them, then you see where it dropped down, and now you've built it up to the 20%. Next slide. Here's your outstanding debt as a city. 95 million there are in the utility side, which I just mentioned, and then property tax supported, which basically are your general fund, is at 21 million, total of $117 million. Next slide. So I told you that there were some changes to the budget since we last met with you. And so here is what happened. So 2025, the actual numbers on the debt service payment for the new debt for this year, actuals were 1.18 million, 180,000. When we gave you the original budget, we said 505,000 would be what the utility fund had to pay. The general fund debt service fund was 1.42 million. Those were reversed. Those were backwards. And so as you see, we switched them up to the updated 2026 updated now. So the utility fund is showing the accurate amount for debt service increase, as is the debt service in the general fund. The difference was $950,000. That was the swing change. And again, it doesn't change anything in the operating side. There's a debt service fund in your budget, and that's the one that changed, other than we had to lower some of the capital improvements that we had recommended. Everything else remained the same from the budget. Next slide. So again, today, and we're talking, this is the public hearing specifically to the tax rate. And so with that, I mean, the good news side of that was we were recommending 0.41 tax rate for the voter approved for this year. Once we took a look at we reversed out that over debt service collection, it dropped us down to 0.366, which is basically 3.6 cents versus 0.41. And then we've provided you what the original no new revenue rate, which was 0.32, and now actually updated no new revenue is 0.33. So you can just see that change in the debt service payments to correct that, lowered what we originally proposed to you, which we thought was a big cause of the increase on the proposed tax rate, dropped basically 0.05 from the original to the updated one. So again, the updated one on the far right side gives you what's proposed in this budget. Next slide. So I thought it was good to take a look at, what's it been like the last couple of years. So 2023, the adopted rate was 0.344. And then last year, there was a lot of challenges and questions when it came to what were we spending money on. And it came pretty clear to the city council was, until we get settled in here, we're voting for no new revenue. And so last year was a no new revenue, and what happens with that, you can actually see in the red one, 2024 adopted, it drops your tax rate. So actually you see a drop in your tax rate to 0.340414. So that's what it currently is. And then over on the far right is the proposed rate. And you can see there's components to it. There's the maintenance and operation, cemetery, and debt. And so you have to pay your debt and your cemetery first before you can change any of the rates for the M&O. So that's why when you saw the big increase than the last slide, it was because debt was so much higher in the general fund, but thankfully it was inaccurate. So then I just tallied it, so 23 to 24 actually dropped the budget that we're currently in, what we approved last September. 24 to 25, that's what we anticipate the increase in the tax rate will be based on my proposed budget. And then looking at it over a 2-year period, it's 0.021 is the actual increase if you look at it over a 2-year period. Next slide. Thought something very interesting that I just very recently came across is what's Mount Pleasant been doing for the last 10 years since 2015. And you can see the a tax rate that's basically between a high of 3.37 to a low of 0.34, and it's been right there for 10 years, which is pretty big, pretty important that you've been able to maintain the level of service that you have under these tax rates. And I'll show you why in just a minute, but you can see again the proposed is 0.366. It pretty well looks like what it was in 2020. You can see 2018, 2019, they raised it 0.371. And so you can see it going up and down. 23 and 24, you can see the drop that happened. Again, from 23 to 24 is what we did last year when we did no new revenue. So that gives a pretty good snapshot between 2015 and where I'm proposing for 2025. Next slide. So then, congratulations to Mount Pleasant. You are sitting down at the currently with the current tax rate. You are at second from the bottom to Tyler, and then everybody else above. There's several of them, maybe 5 that are in the 4s, a lot of them in the 5s, some in the 6s, and even 1 and 7 when it comes to their tax rates. Next slide. Did you change it? Oh, go back to it. So this is the change that's proposed, and you can see down there, and you look at the total tax rate, 0.366. Part of that, although a much smaller part, has to do with the increase in the debt payments, but not nearly as significant it was in the first one. But you still are down in the bottom. You're still in the 3s, unlike all the cities that are above it, which again are in the 4s and 5s. And there will be adjustments to their budgets as well, based on what they're proposing and approving as the different cities. So I would say congratulations to Mount Pleasant. You've been very, you've done a great job keeping your tax rate down, that's for sure, on property taxes. Next slide. So this was good news because we showed you a tax rate increase based on that error that we made of over $100, and the impact on the homeowner, again, being very transparent, is the for the is $53.47. That's tax increase over the no new revenue rate. Next slide. So with that, council, you've got the public hearings to get input from the community and from those present, and then council should discuss asking questions about the proposed budget. Excuse me, the proposed budget, and then again, you will have to vote on a proposed tax rate. I shouldn't say that. You wouldn't have to, but you have to have 14 days. Is that accurate? You have to have 14 days that you have to have passed before you can actually adopt it. So it requires 2 weeks. So whenever you adopt the tax rate, it gets published as such with the county, and then you can adopt something after 2 weeks beyond that. But you have to have this 2-week window for that. And so it's our proposed recommendation is that you do approve a proposed tax rate for the next fiscal year, and that's the final step in this. So I'm happy to answer questions now, or unless you want to just let the public have their comments, and then I can come back up here whenever you want to. Thank you.
If we can go ahead and do public comment. Do we have any public comment? This is about, we're going to start with item number 9 with the proposed annual. Come on up. You just press the button.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Adil Latif, and I'm here speaking as a member of the community to express our deep appreciation for our police department And I just want to mention one of few incidences. This is kind of like a big thing that happened this year. So earlier this year in April, I'm sure y'all remember a vehicle plowed through the CCP's building while there were children in there. Thanks to the swift action of our officers, lives were protected and a tragedy was averted. That priceless moment was a powerful reminder of the dedication and courage our officers bring every day. But what if something like that happens again and these same officers that saved lives that day have moved to a different department because of competitive pay? We need to make sure we can keep these officers here in Mount Pleasant, because their experience and commitment makes a difference between tragedy and lives saved. And at the end of the day, they're members of this community too. They have mortgage payments, car payments, bills, responsibilities, just like the rest of us. There are many jobs that pay the same or more that don't require the amount of stress and risk it takes to be a police officer. And I'd like to close with this. For their vigilance, bravery, and everyday service, our entire police department deserves not only recognition, but also a compensation package that reflects their essential role in keeping Mount Pleasant safe. Thank you for considering this and all your hard work. Thank you.
Thanks, Adil. Anybody else? Anyone online?
I'm just going to read a summary of what they're asking. They would like to see the pay for salary position with the city. We are a city of 15,000. What are we paying the top salary position on enough of tax citizens? We need to see what our tax dollars are paying for directors, city managers.
So are they looking for like public disclosure of city salaries, it sounds like, maybe? So if that is it, we've been working on a couple of things to actually make it a little bit easier to see that. And we're gonna get together on it. I would think that that's gonna be something that's gonna happen quicker. It's all public knowledge, but it's a little bit harder to get to right now. So, I would think that's gonna be, yeah. So we'll talk to the new city manager when he gets in.
Hey Candace, was that one comment or was that like 5 comments? Okay.
It was the same person who made 4 different comments.
Rick?
My name's Ray Bunch. I live in Mount Pleasant. I'm here to say I'm against any tax increase, because I know what happens, the more you tax the homeowner, the less they're gonna go buy stuff, and our sales tax will go down even further. So I'm just against any tax increase at all.
Thanks, Rick. Anyone else? Council? Go ahead. So we're gonna go ahead and try to stay, Lee,
Yes.
since both of those items were combined, 9 and 10, are we gonna try to, because we're gonna have to close the hearing and everything between the two, are we gonna try to keep the questions like on number 9 and then close the hearing, then vote, and then go to 10, or does it really matter?
Mayor, I would recommend that you close the hearing on the budget and if there's any motions to be made at that, that's fine, you can take them up then, and then open the next item. Or you can close the hearing on the budget, open the hearing on the tax rate, and then take action on each. It's your preference.
Okay, I think there's still some discussion that the council wants to do, so we do that before closing it, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yes, I would have your council discussion before you close the public hearing, in
Okay.
case that facilitates further discussion.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
City Attorney Ream, just a quick question. So just want to make sure that we're good to go here. So we took up the first item, so we opened the proposed tax rate public hearing. That's the only one we opened. And so,
Okay.
we should either finish that one out or we can, I don't know if you suspend it till after we take up the public hearing and discussion on the budget. Either one, just want to get your direction on that, but we did already open the public hearing on the tax rate.
Okay, I guess I had the items backwards, but you need to have I think you need to have separate hearings for each to be clear about that. And so if your hearing that you've opened is on the tax rate, then yes, you can suspend action and then open the public hearing on the budget. But if you want to have discussion as well to facilitate potentially other discussion, you could do those separately or together as you see fit.
Okay, so for the council, let's go ahead and go to item number 8. Are in there any discussion for the consider proposing the tax rate for fiscal year 2026? For right now, because of the way that the hearing's open, before we vote on this. You all okay with it? Okay, so we're gonna go suspend it, and we're gonna go ahead and close the public, just suspend it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and suspend that, and then, open item number 9, open a public hearing for item number 9 on proposing the annual operating budget for fiscal year 2026. Are there any public comments, Brad? Anything on? What? No? All right, council, open for discussion.
I had some questions. So I was taking a few notes from what you proposed. And I want to make sure I understand this right. I was under the impression that COLAs were a one-time raise, but you made a comment that it was kind of like a step, that the COLA then would be part of their salary that would grow off of that. Did I hear that correct? Because I always thought it was just a one-time kind of thing. Okay. I'm gonna give.
There we go. So, the COLA, or the market adjustment, is done to the entire salary compensation plan. It raises up 3%. All employees get that 3%. And so that gets rolled into their salary. It's not a one-time adjustment. And so they become a new base salary. So can you pull up that slide that showed the police officers? I don't know the number of it. Probably right. Yeah, there we go. So so if you look at that very top section there, so Mount Pleasant, 55,000 is the current. The 3% market adjustment COLA goes into effect. Their new base salary for 2026 now becomes 57,150. And so that is their new base that stays there. And then the step increase you actually see in the bottom section is 3% for those eligible for that, which would raise their salary up to 58.865. The one that you talk about market about is the cost of living increase, the market adjustment increase. That's your base salary. So we've got a number of police officers that were in this room that work for us. They're all over within the range. This shows you what the base income in the first year police officer will get. This is the bottom of everybody's ranges when you look at this. So if that makes sense, you do a market adjustment, cost of living increase, the whole range goes up. Everybody in the organization gets that 3%. You now have a new base. So if you brought somebody in new after you did this, they would start at the 57,150, and that's common. It's the way it's done everywhere and forever. So that's hopefully answers the question. It is not a one-time increase. Longevity is a one-time payment. The rest of them get rolled into salary.
So, through a conversation we've had over the last couple of weeks, the debt service is about 33% to take care of it. Has that figure changed?
So your question was the increase because of debt service is 33%. It was, when we first went through it last time, it was 70%. When we had the 0.41 rate increase. So I'm gonna look over, I think that's right. It's right in the 30% number of the increase, but let me check. One thing finance directors do, they'll never guess. They'll never do approximate. I'm gonna add a little color. I'm sorry, because it's something that I think. So again, I kind of told you what I look at, and there's a couple things y'all, why property tax rate is being recommended. $650,000 worth of revenue was lost in the agreement with Titus County. So that was a reduction in the revenue that had been coming in normally to support the operations of the city. And then the second one is about $500,000, which is what I budgeted last year. The actual sales tax revenue for this current year looks like it's going to be about $200,000 under what it was last year, but that's the second year after it was even dropped even further. So the city's under the pressure of saying reduction in revenue from the fire contract, reduction of revenue out of the sales tax revenue. So yes, we made significant cuts, probably in the neighborhood of about $1.5 to $2 million last year. And so somewhere something has to give, and the no new tax revenue rate I think is around a $300,000 reduction in what we would get in revenue, and so that's what we'd be looking at should it go back to the no new rate increase. Councilmember Redfern was right on at 30. Good job. Well, small rounding.
So here's my next one. So I've been watching the news, what's going on in Austin, and that the proposed things with property taxes that are going on. One of the things we received from TML said it was going to be in effect January 1st of 26. I've heard from a couple of other sources, and obviously I'm not that educated, nor am I a lawyer, nor am I a money person, but the proposed property taxes that we have, I'm kind of worried about it, because if they vote in November to do away with, so I think if I understand this correctly, my business, one of the proposals is that my inventory and my assets would reduce of what I needed to pay on. And so that's income coming in. Now, Kelly Citizen, Kelly business owner is like, yay. But at the same time, I'm looking at this figure, and then I'm not confident on what I've been reading from Austin, but have y'all kept your finger and your pulse on it? Because do you think the property tax we're estimating to come in could be a lot lower?
I know I haven't looked a lot at it. I only have 24 more hours to do it as the interim city manager. So Just, I thought what I did see of it, it's actually will impact next year. It would be next year's property tax revenue. I'm gonna ask the city manager.
I have kept up with it a little bit. I've not talked to Lee about it yet, and Julie and I have not discussed it. I do believe there is a chance for a decrease, depending on how the vote goes. We just don't know how deep that decrease could be. But I do not foresee an increase.
And the last question that I had in regard to that, and I was looking around the room, and Sabrina has popped in. Sales tax, your estimated sales tax. We had a visit about a month or so ago also, and you said you'd studied and you think that sales tax will go up, that our sales, retail, and all the things will be going up. I am praying that that's the case. How do you, Sabrina, if you were putting your pulse on how business has been July and August, how do you see it being sales tax being a little lower, or do you think you see it going up? So that being said, my August was not very good, and so I haven't really kept my finger on it. So I'm hoping that what you have studied and you found that it's going to swing, the pendulum is going to go the other way. I'm hoping that that's the case.
Me too, because you don't. So this current budget we're in, classic example of it's $500,000 less in sales tax revenue than what I recommended for your budget last time. However, manage it, look at it, watch it, and if you see it trending that way, which it trended very quickly that way. Some of our worst months were October, November, December, so you could see it right away. And so we adjusted. We left some vacancies open for a little while. We did some other things to save money, not spend money, and so same thing as this here. I put 2% in, a couple of reasons. One, there's a municipal services that provides estimates for that. We did select a pessimistic amount, which is a 2% increase over what we project our actuals will be. So not off of my budget that was $500,000 too much from what we actually anticipate, which is actually about 250 less than last year, than the prior year. And so we did look at that, and I will just say from my working experience, seeing others invest, like Marshall's opening up, and you see Ashley's furniture opening up, those are good signs. I think that I do believe, I've tried to watch that economy for a long time because it's key to this issue of what your budget does. And I believe we're at the bottom or near the bottom. We have seen a slowing in the declines. They still have gone down slightly, but earlier on in last year's fiscal year, October, November, we saw some bad years. And then Chick-fil-A, Chuck came in and had a great, what was it, December, January or something? And we saw him shoot right through the roof, and we're like, it's over. And then it just went right back down to slightly lower than what we'd seen in prior years. So I do believe that it's going to turn up. You have been much higher in your sales tax revenue in prior years than you are right now. And I do believe that you will see that. We only budgeted 2%. I think we picked the conservative amount. I think the municipal services thought it was going to be more like 3.5, and we said we'll take the pessimistic. So, that's just the part about the economy and sales taxes. People are stretched. There's no doubt that things cost a lot more today than they did a few years ago. So people are stretched, not spending as much.
One thing that you told us during the workshop that I didn't know, and I think it'd be good for people to know this if they didn't know it, but you were projecting that our utility fund was doing well. But then you said it's illegal to move the money from the utility or water fund over to the general fund, because when I saw the increase, I said, oh, that's great. But you said, no, we can't touch it.
Yeah, it's very fundamental. Some people say, You know, they're talking about their water or sewer or their debt, and they're like, what do my tax rate go for? No, they're absolutely separate and have to be separate by law, because you establish your water and sewer rates, which are critically important. I mean, you can choose whether you have X number of police officers on the street or fire, or you mow your parks once a week or every other week, but you need water and you need sewer. And so that's why it's somewhat separate, and it is put in place that you cannot give money from the rate increases to the general fund to support police and fire. It's, I think people sometimes think they're kind of combined in any way, one shape or the other, but your general fund can support any of your funds out there, but the utility fund has to be used for those utilities.
I'd just like to note that I'm looking at the tax rate on the homeowners, and in the original budget that we were given, it was based on a valuation of $123,776. It says the average homestead taxable value on the one you gave us tonight is $154,626. So I'm not sure where the discrepancy is, but each one has a different number, about $30-something thousand difference on it. And I also noticed that the cities that we were looking at were Sulphur Springs, Paris, and Greenville. And I don't think we're in the same league right now as Sulphur Springs and Greenville. Especially anybody who goes through there knows that they are blowing and going. I'm not that familiar with Paris, but I did make a bunch of phone calls to a lot of cities that were more close to our size. And I would just like to bring that up, and that we look at cities, when we look at salaries and such, that we do look at cities that are closer to our size, and maybe not as prosperous as Paris and Greenville are doing right now. And the other thing I'd like to ask is that if we implemented that 5% water increase, that 4.92, how much would that generate in revenue?
So it's about 400,000, almost 400,000? About 400,000 additional dollars to the utility fund.
If we implemented the 5% or the 4.9, then we would generate 400-something thousand? Okay. Okay. All right. And the next point I want to make is, in the flow chart that we showed, every one of us are responsible to the citizens here. And I have made it a point the last several weeks to go to the east side, west side, north side, and south side. And our biggest complaint is some of the salary ranges and a 6% when it doesn't seem anyone else is getting it. I absolutely understand the necessity, the need, and the dedication our police, fire, our water, our sewer, our utility guys, our librarians, and everyone else get. I do not support, I've never in 40 years supported across the board raises. We could implement merit raises, we can do a step, but I did talk to some of the cities that I did speak with, because I was the one who made it a point to call around and checking on other cities and all what they were doing. And some of them do not implement a step and a COLA raise. So I think that's something that we need to look at. From all the citizens that I got, and from what I know and what I have gathered, what we're going to go through with TriSud, what we're going to go through with the county fire contract, I think we have to be looking down the road at what's fixing to hit us in a few months. And I thoroughly believe that if we get a really good salary survey, especially for police and fire and those licensed people that we must have, that we are going to have to implement raises. I mean, true raises, because some of them I gathered were as low as 15 to 20%. So I have been doing a lot of homework, and I think that what we're going to get hit with in the very near future is having to do significant raises And I think that we should make sure before we do anything, before we raise taxes or anything else, that we look at this, and we asked for it for the last 7 months or so. We have not gotten the information to make an informed decision. So, I have a real problem with us doing anything till we get that salary survey. And I will be the first one to stand up and say, if we need to give 10%, 15% to get those guys and girls where they need to be, that's what we need to do. But we're fixing to get that in just a few months. And we're gonna be coming back up here and saying, hey, we need to do something different now, because we're gonna be behind the ball. And so I am not for a tax increase at this time till we get the rest of the information that we need to make informed, good decisions, and not across the board, because that's one of the biggest complaints that I have. So, thank you very much.
Anyone else? We'll go back to the public. Come on up.
Mayor and Council, thank y'all for being here. My name is Mark Wynn Brewer. I've been with the city of Mount Pleasant for 9 years. I'm an investigator here. To piggyback what Councilmember Corbell just said, yes, we're not these other cities, but I did a little research myself. Mount Pleasant, we're 16,238 people. Sulphur Springs, 16,891 people. Bonham, Texas, 11,115 people. Cumbie, Texas, 715 people. Kilgore, 13,583 people. Our salary for first responders is too low. We're 20% behind police department. We're 22% behind in fire department. It's not that far for some of us to go down the road. But we got families here. We serve our community. When you look at Bonham starting pay, I've done my research again. Bonham starting pay, with their population of 11,115 people, their starting pay is $63,000. Kilgore Police Department, population 13,583, and their starting pay $64,000. Cumbie Police Department, 715 people in their population, and their starting pay is $64,000. That is a big issue we have here in Mount Pleasant. Before Chief Buman got here, he was having to try to get people to come to the city of Mount Pleasant. Mount Pleasant used to be one of the first responders used to be one of the highest paid. People wanted to come to Mount Pleasant. People wanted to come serve the city of Mount Pleasant. We had people that grew up here in Mount Pleasant. The people that grew up here no longer here. We lost officers to DPS. We lost officers to school. When you got Harts Bluff ISD starting pay at $55,000, and you got officers that run to danger every day, firefighters that run into fires to save people, and we can't take care of them, we got to look at it. We got to take care of our first responders. I'm not just speaking on the police department, speaking on everyone. City employees as well too, because they're the heartbeat of the city of Mount Pleasant, and we got to take care of them. Like I said, fire department's 22% behind, not good. Police department, 20% behind, not good. So when y'all do y'all study, look at the population, look for the calls of service, because I'm telling y'all this right now, the city of Mount Pleasant, we're average anywhere between 80 to 90 calls a day. That's day shift and night shift. Officers are running ragged. Y'all gotta realize how big the city of Mount Pleasant is. If we only have 3 officers working the streets and something pops off at Cubby's, and then we got another officer down at Walmart, and then something happens on the west side of town, guess what, 3 officers? That's a safety issue. Same thing with the fire department. When they respond to calls and they got a 3-man crew, somebody has to stay with that truck and pump water while 2 running there to rescue somebody. So we really have to look at it. We got to get people here. We got to retain the people that we got. I have 9 years plus. Other officers, 9 to 10 years. I believe we have approximately 10 to 11 employees that are topped out on that scale. And 3%, with our insurance going up too, insurance just ate that 3%. So now that's a negative that officer's bringing in. And speaking of taxes, officers live in the city, so guess what? They pay taxes too. So if they're down for the tax increase, let's do it. But let's make sure every last one of y'all get the documents that y'all need so we can get this approved. Because I don't want to see another one of my brothers in blue or someone in red, my brothers in red, leave and go to another city. Mount Pleasant's not going to be a training ground. Mount Pleasant's not going to be a training ground. And it's going to start with y'all stepping up and helping us fix it.
Thanks, Mark. Any other discussion, question? Go ahead.
I do agree that there needs to be and we've been talking about a while about the salary survey, but at the same time, I would say, at a minimum, we should probably keep the 3% and even the 6% we've discussed in this budget. So because we know it's going to be more, and it's going to be a water rate discussion already, right? It's just like the water rate. So I'm inclined to keep it as is, but that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other comment? Discussion?
So obviously we don't take it lightly to ask to raise a tax rate or utility rate. But I think what we tried to really get into last time is that no adjustment for the market that was just talked about, that we have done some internal work to see that we definitely have at least 5% and more that the two largest departments are looking at that much of a variation. Doing nothing this year is going to make it bigger. And so it's kind of like waiting to raise utility rates until that number gets to 17, and then you're like, uh-oh. And so really the reason I recommend it is because it's coming. That market study is going to tell you that you are, at least in the two largest departments, under by more than 5%. And if you're not at least matching and keeping up with those other places, some of which maybe are bigger or different sizes, but I think generally you can understand very few cities are not giving market adjustments, especially in the police side. That has been, unfortunately, people have treated police departments, certainly in other places I've been, extremely poorly, where it's not such a exciting job to get into. Here, I think they're still treated with respect for the most part by our community, which is great, but it's a life and death job. You ever do a ride along, and even a music complaint. I still remember going to the door for a music complaint. You do not know who's going to walk up to that door or with what, every single call. So I do think, and fire is the same way. So I really make the recommendation because I think retaining what you have is very important, and this step will only, I think, lessen the impact that you'll be looking at the next meeting. And I think if you do want to leave it no new rate increase on the property tax rate size, I think that I would also suggest you give the city manager some input onto where, if you want a balanced budget or you just want to leave it unbalanced, you could do that and still give the raises. Or where would you like to see those reductions if you're concerned about the pay increases? Certainly that would be a good direction to give him because, well, first of all, he's brand new, but it's also good, even if I were staying here, I would be asking for, where do you think it should be reduced? We actually, your new city manager, Vine, and myself had a conversation after we heard people concerned about the tax rate increase, and there's $300-some thousand. Well, the easiest way, because 80% of your revenue comes from personnel, is that if you have a vacancy, you freeze it, and therefore you're not laying people off. And so we do that, but I will tell you the first two that were right there for signatures that I held up were one police officer and one firefighter, because they're the majority of your employees here. So I think giving, direction, if you do wanna stay at the no new revenue, which this is similar to last year, actually, for the three of you who are here. This decision was made to do no new, even though that I recommended the rate increase. We had to go back and very quickly propose the cuts necessary to bring in a balanced budget. So it would be bringing you an unbalanced budget, if you do that, or give the city manager some direction on, lower levels of service. And you know, listen, just be very candid and open with you. I've always tried to be that way, is that you won't start seeing, we have to remove $300,000+ from the budget. You're never gonna see the significant reduction in service levels. Not like if you call 911, you have to wait 4 hours to get somebody there. But it'll slowly, depreciate, shall we say. It'll slowly get worse on you. If we have to do parks personnel, we're gonna have to decide whether we mow everything at the same levels we do and so forth. And so, that's the purpose of the recommendation. And again, if you wish to stay with the, if you wish to approve the no new revenue side, then I would just suggest during the budget conversation on that, when you give that direction, provide him some direction on what areas do you want to, have those, reductions made. Thank you.
What is the revenue that would be generated by the tax increase that you're proposing? How much exactly is going to be generated?
While we're waiting for that to come up, Greg, I had a question. So, since we don't have the salary studies, I think we talked about this last time, we don't have the salary study yet. Payroll is less this year than it was last year. Budgeted.
Yes. So let's take a look at, let me see, let me make sure I can. So the updated voter approved rate. So you can see in the blue box over there with the voter approved rate, it brings in $6.46 million. If you did the no new revenue rate, which is right below it in gray, it's 5.8 million, so that difference is roughly $600,000. Is that accurate, Finance Director? Thank you, I did my math.
Anyone online yet?
They just said you will have to make city salary cuts. You cannot tax the city into prosperity. You have to get business, not fast.
All right. Thank you. So we might have some more discussion on it. I don't know if y'all have anything else. All right. Councilman Hitt.
Greg, let's just say you get the vote you don't want tonight, and you gotta find $600,000 in the morning. Is it there to find?
$600,000 would be, so your entire parks budget, for instance, is 1.4 million. So half of the parks department, if you looked at leaving the public safety group alone, you would take half of the parks department. So I would tell you that I have to give great credit to this staff. We have scoured that thing to take anything out that wasn't essential and it's basically, there's not much in there left. And so I would say $600,000 would be personnel cuts. 600,000 is probably 8 to 9 people. It depends on where they are in the range. The higher in the range they are, obviously the fewer of them they need, but you do have the majority of your employees over in police and fire. And I would not look there. I would probably take the 2 vacancies, for instance, right away, and then we would start having a lot of conversation about coming back to you and saying, okay, here's our recommendation to get there, and here's the service level reductions that you're gonna see by doing that. And so my opinion is you will, with $600,000 worth of cuts required, you will see service level reduction. And especially when I think it's the goal of the city council, which is what you stated, is public safety is absolutely number 1. Or I would say this, you can not give raises. And that 3% and 3% will get you $600,000.
So,
Re-
so if we, I'm looking at my note, so we have the 6%, but if we gave 3%, or what amount could we give that we could find? So like, I saw Longview gave 5% with no new tax. They didn't give their full 6, they give 5%. So if we gave 3% or 4%, whether it's step or COLA, that's right.
So, Finance Director Gatewood, I want to make absolutely sure that we're getting these numbers correct with City Council's discussion. And so, my first question is looking at those no new revenue versus the proposed, that is a $600,000 difference in the general fund. So then secondly is that so it's a difference when you look at the 3% for the step increases, because almost 50 of employees don't get step increases, which is what we saw last year. So if you did the market adjustment only at 3%, Jillian, do you have that show? I know we talked about this. We've looked at all these before. It's just what we kept on record. Do you know what the amount is? Let's be easy, across the board. If we didn't do the market adjustment 3%, how much of a savings would that be? And what cost is that? And can you give it just for the general fund? Because utilities doesn't impact this. I'm so happy that you're taking the podium. I'm turning my button off.
So I don't have the exact numbers for the general fund alone. For roughly, to take just the step away and leave the COLA, it would be about $250,000. So that wouldn't bring us the full 600. The 3% market should be a little bit more than that, but it'll be very close. I don't have that exact number. So it looks like it's going to be about $250,000 for both, for the market adjustment, and about $350,000 for the step. So. No, $250 for each, so it'd be about $500,000. So there would still be the other $100,000.
Something somebody brought up to me that I was really curious about is that they were saying that there's the market value, there's the step, and is there a merit on top of that?
Not being proposed, no.
Okay.
So in order to get your step increase, you do have to have a satisfactory, evaluation.
And last year, since we didn't give, there's quite a few people that are not getting steps, they're stepped out. So if they got COLA, that would be everybody, even the people that stepped out.
The water rate increase that we were talking about, is that, which fund would that go into?
That would be in the utility fund, so that would only go for people within the utility departments.
Are you saying it could be used for utilities, the employees, and salaries, or not?
Yes, and yes, I mean, utility rates pay for all salaries, and so again, you have to take everybody's utilities, and they're all funded through the utility rates. So, utility directors, water treatment plant operators, all those folks, as long as they're dedicated, or even, we have a couple employees that are partially dedicated to both, and so we split theirs. Yes, they are. And Jillian, just to be accurate here, the 250, are you thinking that, is that everybody, or is that just the general fund? You're estimating that's just what the impact would be of the 3% to the general fund? Just general fund? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, discussion?
I mean, I'm just looking at our tax history rate, and while I agree with some of the comments that you can't tax yourself into prosperity, the EDC has put a lot of work in, and we hired a great new director here, Kevin. And if we start seeing loss in service, a lot of our infrastructure investment and other things are not gonna make us marketable, right, for new businesses to come in. And I'm not talking about fast food. At the same time, I mean, we're not going above 2019, 2018 rates at 3.3712. And I think in the short term, sometimes you have to raise things a little, right? Just like costs or anything else, like all businesses do, to ensure that you can support the people that are working for that are good, keep the good folks, and at the same time, you got to stay marketable. So we're working this thing from more than one direction. That's how I'm looking at it, right? And then get more businesses come in, then you can let off the leash. I mean, we call about Longview here. I mean, they're at, 0.56, so we're not even coming close to it. So that's, why I think based on what we proposed today at a minimum before any study, I think that's the way we need to move, in my opinion.
So I have another hypothetical. We don't have our study. We've not had a chance to really sit and talk about comparables. So I'm looking at Lee. I'm assuming this will be a Lee question. So I know we have to vote this in by, what was it, September something, and that's like Texas law. And so if we vote something in on Texas law, but at the same time we, I don't know if it's called amendments or whatever, that we could get back together in a short term, like 3 months, we might have that comparable. What would that do if we have a chance then? Can we make it firmer, like closer to November, December? Can we change it? Can we amend it?
When's the deadline, Greg? Madam Secretary?
And Kelly, just to answer your question, the company that is doing the salary survey, they are waiting for everyone to adopt their budget. They won't even start until January.
Thank you.
And I think we, when we discussed it, it made a lot of sense that they would do their salary study based on what everybody's doing in their budgets this year. And so you automatically didn't have a year-old study. If we would have tried to do it, it's one of the reasons that it didn't get started, is because as they looked at it, they said, you know, we could do your rate study that's here in September, let's say August or July, but it's going to be old in September when everybody, or October when everybody provides new increases. So there was some thought put into why it was actually delayed in addition to their timing, but I think it's the right thing to do. And I would say, although I think it's been said, the tax rate gets fixed once you adopt that. But every single year, you're going to look at that tax rate, and I don't think there's any law against lowering your taxes below the no new revenue tax rate if you find yourself wanting to do that, or certainly for the next 5 years, you could do the no new tax rate. So I guess what I'm saying, it's not necessarily permanent. You can actually see that in several occasions in the 10-year trend. You see them go up sometimes for voter approved. Sometimes they go down for no new revenue. And so you can see that in 10 years. It's pretty amazing that it has stayed pretty consistent over a 10-year period. And I do have to say, I also look at, I believe, and you have a new city manager coming in. This budget is going to be his, and it's yours for next year. It's not mine. And so that is your decision. You brought me here to say, you know, because I was available to you and I lived here, and to say to you, as I've managed a lot of cities, and you don't want to get to a place where retention is a difficult issue, because it's hard to get away from it once it starts, because people talk, and it takes a lot more to regain this. And secondly, I think you are right-sized. I think, you know, honestly, we made some reductions in fire last year, that these fire people stepped up, and I don't think anybody saw a reduction in services. And so I think you're okay. I think you're okay where you're at right now, but anything below starts showing, I would say to you. And as far as retaining employees, you have a lot of people who really care about their jobs here, and that is not common, unfortunately, in government world. And they also have a lot of experience, which is a huge plus in dollars for you long term. So again, I look at as the retention recommendation to you. I understand completely your questions. You don't want to raise, people do not want their tax rates to go up, period. And also the fact that you don't have a salary compensation study done, it makes it more confusing for you. But I do believe, as I've looked and compared and talked with people, is that you are far enough behind already that a adjustment at 3% is not, is going to save you from the bigger jolt of seeing it without the 3% and everybody else giving other significant dollar increases. And so I know it's my, you know, I'm not always right. You saw that with the sales tax revenue. I'm not always right with that, but I just have to give you my professional opinion of where you stand, which is something to be proud of, by the way, Council, of these people and the people in the community, and how they do work together, and they work hard, and they care about providing that high level of service. And I think part of it, they're disappointed that if they can't do that. And so I probably said more than enough to you. I just want to recognize I completely understand the struggle that as council members you have, because you are the ones voted in who are here to represent the people. And I looked at your tax rates compared to everybody else's, and not that it matters, right? Because it's $52 a year for that homestead, that taxable value. And that's $52, that's $5 a month, and for people with higher property values, it's going to be $100 or $150, $10 a month, or $15. Understand that. Just like the utility rates, don't want to raise them unless you think there's a necessity to do. So with that, I will be quiet unless anyone has any more questions. Oh, I did want to answer one question that, Councilmember Corbell, you asked about the taxable value that we used in the first one versus the second one. And, I thought we were closer to it, what, 120 something. Is that what we used the first time? Yep, so we used that. So in communicating with the county, who've been great to work with, is they said, you have to use this value, when you put forward your taxable rates and so forth. And so we changed that in order to show that. And so, actually, it was a bigger, if we would've used 154, it would've been a bigger number that the taxes would've gone up with the old tax rate number. But, great question, and, that's why we made the change in that particular number. Thank you.
I will say one more thing and then I'll be through. In looking at the 3% versus a 3% COLA, and I've stated this at all of the meetings, the men and women, I looked at our salary range and we have people from 30 and 40,000, and then you go up to 100 or 100 plus. I would rather us consider a fixed amount instead of 3% COLA, because the disparity between the guys and girls who are at the bottom to the ones who are at the top gets further and further and further. I mean, you're thinking at 3% for a guy making or a woman making $100,000, that's 3,000. You look at the guy down there making 36,000, and 900, less than $1,000 a year. So that would be my final say, is to look at a fixed amount so that everybody gets the exact same amount, because for 48 years that I could account for, it was called a COLA, which was a cost of living. And the guys down here and the girls pay the exact same amount as the directors and all do for their groceries and their services. So I would like to see us move to if we're going to go with that, I would like to see us move to a fixed amount so that everybody gets the same amount. And I know you've already ran numbers on that, because I've already asked about it. Thank you.
Councilman Corbell, go ahead.
Yes, remember when we had run the numbers with a $1,500 increase or a $1,000 increase, opposed to the 3% COLA, cost of living? And y'all sent me the numbers. I don't know if everybody got them or not, but I've probably got them in my phone if I can find them. But if you'll run those numbers again and give them to everybody.
Well, and I know part of that's gonna mess with things is, and the reason we did start calling it market value is because if they don't get that market value increase, then they're gonna be coming in at more than the last, right, Chief? So you're gonna be having people coming in making more money than the people that may be here. So the market value, the reason we switched to it was because it is to set a baseline, and since we don't have a salary study, which I hope we will get, once we get that salary study, we will definitely have a hard baseline to go, they're being paid too much or they're not being paid enough. That's why it switched from COLA to market value.
Well, basically they're same thing, but they're still across the board. So people at the top get more than the people at the bottom. I'm gonna advocate for the guys and girls on the bottom who aren't getting as much. It is still a cost of living adjustment. No matter what you call it, it's the same thing, and it's across the board.
Councilman Hickman?
Yeah, I would just say, most of the time, my opinion on it is, it's basically tied to CPI and inflation. And so if inflation is 2%, which everyone says the Fed's trying to get to so we can get these mortgage rates down, if it's at 2%, then 2% for one is going to be 2% for all, right? And so if you're just accounting for the 2% or 5%, whatever we're trying to do here, which is 3, then, I mean, whether it shouldn't impact, but yeah, groceries cost the same for everybody, but everyone makes different choices based on their budgets, just like we're making today. So I would say a flat fee is probably not the best approach, from my opinion.
Council, just, so I think just to get us on track here, maybe just to make sure I'm giving you correct information, if we could just, City Attorney Ream,
Yes.
maybe you just comment on regards to whatever rate they would vote as approved tonight. What is the legal status? Can they change it at the final adoption or not?
Yes. So legally, what you set as the proposed tax rate, that is what you're doing tonight. What you post and so on for public distribution is the highest that you can ultimately set the tax rate at. So in terms of what you're thinking about tonight, if you set the higher, the rate that is proposed by Mr. Nyhoff, then you could still ultimately set it lower. But you could not, if you adopt a lower rate, you do not have the flexibility to then set it higher in what you ultimately decide. Does that make sense?
It does. Thanks, Lee.
Uh-huh.
Are we done? Understood. Councilman Hunt?
Retention or no taxes? I'm sorry.
All right. I got a simple question. Mr. Redfern made the comment a while ago about sewer and water funds, moving money from that over to the general fund. Mr. Nile said, no, you can't do that. That's not allowed. My question is, or what I heard from that is the city uses the funds accounting approach for their financial record. Is that correct? Okay. That's okay. That's what I thought I heard when y'all was discussing that. I had never thought about that, about the city. I should have, but I never did think about it. So, and I'm going to use the term then, there may be others, but those are dedicated funds then. That's all I got.
Thank you. Councilman Hunt?
So we want to retain our good people, and I agree with that. We do. We have to. And we think we have to raise taxes to do that. I don't think we do. I think that we can probably get together, brainstorm, and find some ways to make this work. I think there's some old people are being paid a little too much in the upper management areas. We need to really concentrate on the people in the trenches that need that 3%, our firemen and our police people. Redistribute the wealth a little bit here maybe. So I do not want to vote on this tonight. I want to look at this, think about this, give my recommendations to the city managers. I know Debbie will have them, Kelly will have them. Employees, people of the town, if you got recommendations, something that could help, let us know. We've got to do what's right for everybody, not just the employees, but the people that pay the taxes. And it's a hard place to set tonight to make this decision. I want you to know. I don't take it lightly. But I want to do what's best for everyone involved, and I think I need a little more time before I vote on it.
So Lee, is that possible to push it off to the next council meeting? I know it's right that next close.
3 days.
No? Does it make a difference to y'all?
Yeah, I can't be here, and I'm busy the rest of the week.
Next month.
So just one thing to note about setting the meetings is under the new posting requirements. It's not quite a week, but like 6 days, basically 6 calendar days. So just take that into account in your planning.
Also, the proposed rate it'll have to be voted on for a proposed rate 10 days before we can do an adoption. So if we push this off to a later meeting, we will have to push off the later meeting for the adoption of the tax rate and budget and have another special session for that.
And Lee, everything we vote on tonight, we can change up until the 20th.
Right, so you can set a rate tonight and you can ultimately pass one that is lower than what you set tonight, but not higher.
Okay. And the salary increases and everything?
Yes, all of that is going to remain. It's not set in stone what you're passing tonight.
Okay.
So it's proposed.
All right, thank you.
Lee, could we have a meeting on Monday? Is that enough time, this next coming Monday?
I know you could do it Tuesday. So you could if you posted tomorrow, I gotta get my calendar right. If you post tomorrow, you could have a meeting on Tuesday and so on, right? So it's like not quite a week, it's 6 days. That's the posting requirement now.
Is that our requirement or the state requirement?
It's the new state law,
When did it go into effect?
September 1st.
I know you had me.
Funny. I would like to encourage people to come up with ideas and suggestions. I had one gentleman that comes all the time and is on the back row all the time. He's not here tonight. And he had a suggestion, and I thought it was just amazing. He said, why don't we go and raise the sales tax to make the difference? And I thought, oh, bingo. And I asked Lee, and she immediately gave me the legal response, which was, what are you currently doing for your sales tax? And we're at the max, and then it would have to be voted on in November. And I think we've missed the deadline to make. So I was like, but, there are a lot of smart people in this town, and I think everybody wants to do the right thing. And we might be your elected, but we certainly want to listen to what everybody has. That was brilliant to me, but we can't do it. So if there's someone that has an idea, I would love to hear it. And I think a lot of us would too, because I just want to make sure our city is in a good shape going into next year. I don't want to ever go through what we've had to go through this last year. It was not, and I want to make sure that it's healthy for the years to come. So I personally would love any suggestions, and if I don't know the answer, boy, I certainly can send it to Lee, or I can send it to Rob or Candace, or Greg's not going to be here. But anyway, we can certainly find out if those things are possible.
We all have email and phones numbers that anybody in town can have. You can contact us, touch with us anytime you want to. So please.
All right. Any more discussion? Go ahead and close the open meeting. And I guess we'll go back to item number 9 about the proposed annual operating budget for fiscal year 2026. Do you want to vote on it, or you want to table it?
So, Mayor, City Council members, so the way it's set up is there is a requirement for you to vote in the proposed tax rate ahead of adoption. There is not a requirement for you to vote on the budget itself until your vote to actually adopt it. So the only proposed action that we were looking for tonight, formal action by City Council, was to approve a the property tax rate for this upcoming year. And I think that your choices really are you could table the conversation, you could vote for the higher rate and reduce it at another time. Again, so you can table it, or you can vote for the higher rate, because as City Attorney Reams said, you can go lower, you just can't go any higher than that. And completely your decision. So again, for city staff purposes tonight, one is to get the proposed rate established. And why that's important, the sooner than better, is if you want a balanced budget, if you should select a lower rate than proposed, then city staff has to work very hard to come up with those several $100,000s of reductions and be able to present that prior to the end of September in order to get a balanced budget. So that's why it's important for you to give staff direction there and try to move something forward. I understand again the dilemma you're in, but it would be good either way, is just establishing that proposed tax rate that the staff can somewhat count on when they start looking at numbers. Or alternatively, what I would do when I'm looking over at City Manager Vine is, you're probably going to set up a scenario where if you do choose the voter approved rate that's being recommended, then you've got the budget, and what does $600,000 look like for scenarios or options for you to look at should you wish to go with the no new rate. So that's what I'd be looking for from you as the city manager moving forward, because this has to be adopted by the end of September. And again, the proposed tax rate is it's consequential to what we do with that proposed budget. It obviously will require revenues will be less, and so will expenditures, and so you'll have a budget $500,000-$600,000 less than it was even last year.
So if we vote tonight on the proposed tax rate, we could possibly meet next Tuesday night to have these discussions, and then meet the following Tuesday then to stay back on course.
So I think you were saying if you did vote on one, you could still meet in a week and vote on it in 2 weeks. That would be correct.
So from the appraisal district, from Shirley, there's a 10-day period from when you adopt a proposed rate, and when you can actually adopt the real rate. So if we table it till next Tuesday and you propose it then, we can't do the following Tuesday to adopt the rate. It would have to be after that.
But that's why I was suggesting on item number 9, we go ahead and vote on it. Or sorry, 8, the tax rate for the fiscal year that we can change at a later date, and then go ahead and bring the other one back to the agenda, because she's got her 10-day window. Whether it changes or it doesn't change, that'll give her flexibility to make her 10-day window.
And council, you're able to ask for, if you want city staff to provide you, you've asked various questions about what impact would this have, that have, and the other. I mean, you can ask for that, right? You could set the tax rate tonight, and then you could ask them to come back and give you some additional calculations, documents, whatever versions of the budget.
If we vote and set it next Tuesday, you still have plenty of time though, right?
Not to do at the next regular meeting. It would have to be another special meeting called after that.
Yes. I mean, yes. So you're just thinking 10 days after you actually set the proposed date, that's the earliest you can actually adopt the proposed tax rate. So if it's September 2 today, so in a week it's September 9, so then you would have to push that into September 19 would be the first opportunity you have to actually adopt that rate.
But you can't do that, right? It's got to be...
That's 10 days.
Oh, I thought it was the 20th. Yeah, the 20th.
29th.
So what's your 20th, September 20th date that you're talking about?
It's the 29th is the last day to
29th.
adopt the tax rate.
Okay.
So I did this once when we were working on the charter, and it just helped me to get a visual. For those of you that live in the city limits, and if you are for the tax rate, I just would like to see a show of hands to see how many of you would be for the tax rate, so I can kind of know who I'm representing. Yeah, well, then just throw up your hands. Who's for the tax rate increase?
Do we want to table that or vote on it? That's what I'm thinking. Okay, do I have a motion? We were just.
So
8 is reopened, public hearing. Yeah, so we're ready to close this hearing and make a motion. So, do I have a motion?
So,
number 8.
Mayor, is it the motion on the proposed tax rate?
Number 8,
I-
yeah, number 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about the confusion.
Yeah, and council, please be very specific if you're making a motion as to what your motion provides, like what you propose that the city set the tax rate at.
So you're still looking for the increases, yay or aye? Okay. So can I get a motion for consider proposing the tax rate for fiscal year 2026?
I make a motion to adopt the tax rate of .366042 in this next budget calendar year.
Can I get a
second.
All right, Madam Secretary has a question?
Councilmember Hageman, if you could turn to page 8, can you read what it states? There's like special wording that has to be read.
Sorry about that. Motion to propose the tax rate of 0.366042 per $100 evaluation for the fiscal year 2026 and setting the date of September 16, 2026 to adopt the tax rate.
And we have a second?
I second.
Madam Secretary, will you take a vote?
No.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye.
We have 2 nays, 3 ayes, motion passes. And we're going to move off to item number 9, which I believe we are going to table. Table or make a motion on it?
Item number 9,
No.
no actions requested from
All
you.
right. Item number 9, no action requested. We're going to item number 10, consider resolution 2025-12, authorizing adding Rob Vine to all certification agreements and investments with financial institutions on accounts of the city of Mount Pleasant and removing Greg Nyhoff. Can I get a motion?
I make a motion to approve resolution 2025-12, removing Greg Nahoff and adding Rob Vine to all certification agreements and investments with financial institutions on accounts of the city of Mount Pleasant.
I second.
Madam Secretary, can you make the vote?
Yes.
Aye.
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 The vote is unanimous. So now we're moving on to item number 11, the city manager's report, which is, it doesn't have a name here
I have been removed.
for y'all. Rock, paper, scissors?
I just want to say it's, it was good to come back. I am glad to take time off and go work on my lot and try to build a house with my wife right in town here. I can say how much I've appreciated the staff of this community. I've said a lot about them through the budget process, and I just will tell you that there is some very dedicated people here to provide this community some really good service. And not that you should be grateful, because it takes the people to pay us to be who we are and who we're able to be. And so grateful to the business community, certainly to the property taxpayers. We do understand that everybody works very hard to make money, and I think the city's come a long way. I'm proud of working with the city council again, but now it's official that I'm giving it over to Rob, and I don't think I'm not planning on coming back, buddy, so you better get through this budget and get it approved here in a couple weeks. I just want to say, community, you're a wonderful place to live. And I hope only one thing for you is you remind yourself how every single one of you is here for the same reason, because you love this city. And it is good, but as is said here, is caution to be taken that you keep yourself with high expectations for your government services, for your financial well-being and stability. And I've been in cities where it's too late to try to pull back from retention issues, from high crime issues, from vandalism, from graffiti everywhere. It is so hard to come back as you slide down that slippery road. It goes slow, but it ends up in a very bad place. Very, very hard to come back here. You have what most people would love to have in their cities. Quality of life. It's good here. It's very good here. And so work to sustain that and keep it. And it's been my honor, and so I'm very grateful. And Cindy and I will be here, and my grandson visits. We'll visit our fast food places and our great restaurants here, and our businesses that downtown. And I just wanted to say thank you. It's been an honor to be here again, but I am looking forward to not coming into the office every day for a while. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Rob, part 2? And welcome officially.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. The mayor thought it would be a good idea, and I completely concurred that we say a prayer for Greg. So if you would, please rise. Father in heaven, we come before you this evening so very thankful for the opportunity to be here together as friends and then also co-workers. We thank you. We lift up Greg this evening. Thank you for the opportunity that we've had to work with him, for him stepping up, being in the gap, and working with the city to bring us back where we need to be. Lord, we know it's a long way to go, but he's taken the first steps with us, and we thank you for the work he's done with the staff as well. We ask blessings for him and his family in the future as he goes on to the rest of his life, and of course we wish him the best. We ask this all in your son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Well, we're not done, but a lot of y'all may be. So thanks for sticking around. We're going to go ahead and close out the regular agenda and move into, executive session. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the City Council will recess into executive sessions to discuss the following: deliberations regarding economic development negotiations, Texas Government Code 551.087, and consult with attorney, Texas Government Code 551.071 regarding Project WIC. Consultation with attorney, Texas Government Code 551.071 regarding claims received by the city, and consultation with the attorney regarding optimal benefits that may be available to public officials. Consultation with the attorney regarding social media policy, and consultation with attorney regarding water purchase contract with TriStud. So we will now adjourn into executive session. And thank you all. We are back into regular session temporarily. It's 8:43 p.m. And we have Kevin here with the EDC that's going to discuss, we're here to discuss and take appropriate actions on performance agreement with Alexander Ryan Investment LLC. So we've got some slides from Kevin.
Excuse me, I knew I was gonna make that mistake. I watch you two over here and that cracks me up, and then I do the same, thing. So, I do wanna say while we're waiting on that slide, this is my first time to present, and I wanna say, how much I appreciate the warm welcome that my wife and I have received. I know she's not here quite yet, trying to get everything, prepared, but there's a reason why we picked Mount Pleasant. We had another offer, and, when we came those 2 days, it just felt like this is the place that we needed to be. And so I just want to say thank you to the whole city, and especially the group that's up here, making me feel so welcome, but everybody in town, everywhere you go. It's amazing how many people already know you, I guess, from the newspaper or whatever, and they reach their hand out. And so I certainly appreciate that, the warm welcome, and I'm excited about the good things that we're going to do in Mount Pleasant together. I think Rob and I had a great meeting last week, and I'm excited about working with Rob. And not that I wouldn't have been excited about working with you, Greg, but you're a has-been as of tomorrow, and so it's all about Rob now. So sorry, Greg. But anyway, I appreciate the warm welcome that you've given me, Greg. But I'm excited about what the future for Mount Pleasant holds. So. Okay. Ruby and Begonia. Also known as Alexander Ryan LLC, Investments LLC. We're standing here before you with a performance agreement that would provide $100,000 for Ruby and Begonia as in the form of a forgivable loan. For that investment into Ruby and Begonia, they would create 10 new jobs, 5 next year and 5 in 2027. In addition, they would also expend $850,000 in capital expenditure. As you can see, this is their current kitchen, how small that is. They are expanding into the building next door to them, and that will provide a new kitchen space for cooking their product, and then also will provide some excess space for shipping. They have a beautiful store. We were in there last week. I was very impressed. In just a minute, I'm going to introduce their owner, and she's going to introduce their team. But I just wanted to see what their current situation is, and I can't wait to show you in a year or so what the new space looks like. But next slide. This is kind of what I just talked about. The investment's $850,000, 10 new full-time positions over the next 2 years, 5 in 2026 and 5 in 2027, and then it's in the form of an EDC forgivable loan of $100,000. That's based on the 10 jobs. And then I also want to introduce you to Sabrina Vasilek. She is with Ruby and Begonia. So just, if you want to introduce your team, and then council has any questions for you or me.
Hi, I'm Sabrina Vasilek. I know a lot of you. I think I know all of you, actually. Hello again. I'm a very nervous human being right now, so forgive me. I own Ruby and Begonia. That feels weird to even say that out loud. And I want to real quickly introduce you to a couple of my teammates that literally watched me in my storage building at home testing my first Wix 3 months after my mom passed away. So this is Allie and Raphael. They do marketing in the form of they own Rally, and they have been a part of, I say a part of my team, really, they're my friends. So they've been with me since the very beginning, and they are here tonight because they know how nervous I am. Yeah, I don't Do you have any questions? Do you want me to talk? I don't know what I'm supposed to do right now, so I'm just gonna
here and
stand
if they
right
ask us
here.
questions- Hey, the good thing about it is I've been doing this for 20 years and I'm still nervous.
Okay.
Because my wife is going to tell me how many V's and U's I said, so. 'Cause she's watching online, so. May not have any questions.
Mike,
So I do have questions, but I'll just run down the street and ask you, because I don't. No, but the last time you and I visited about 2 months ago, I guess it was, you were almost near here. And so this has tickled me. So I'll just run down the street and get the details from all.
We were told you had this little tiny kitchen, now you have a big kitchen. So what are you cooking down there?
So I do, and they don't even show you all the pictures. I have a tiny little kitchen. It's funny, you saw my green cup sitting on the table. It's the same green cup I have right now. I have a tiny little kitchen, and we have so much stuff in there. We have a little closet. I mean, we are stuffed to the max, and we have just started taking on wholesale. And so I currently can't fit any more people and any more product where I'm at. And we are moving into other cities, but I want to manufacture here. And so, as a matter of fact, I had an appointment today. I have another one next week, and I have another one the week after to do custom fragrances for different businesses that are outside of Mount Pleasant. It's not water, it's Diet Coke. Thank you, I'm sorry. So I'm taking a huge risk. $850,000 is more than any amount of money I've ever had in my life. I came from nothing. I went into the military after high school. I'm scared to death. I am in tears. And I know y'all are taking a risk on me as well. I can promise you that nobody will work harder than me to make it work and to be a part of this community. I am extremely invested in this community and its people and its kids. And yeah, so I'm going to try to make more, and I'm going to try to take Ruby and Begonia other places, and I'd like to do that here. I just need a little more room.
thank you.
Of course.
Oh, Debbie, Councilman Corbell?
I would just like to say we need more people like you here. The love, the dedication, the inspiration, and the growth, and everything good that you bring with you, your attitude and all of that. And if you ever want to trade seats and come up here, you want to talk about wanting to cry, you want to talk about wanting to be nervous and cry nearly every day. But we are so happy. We are happy and blessed that you're here.
Yeah, thank you.
Excited to see you grow.
We're ready for a motion on item number 11.
Thank you so much for keeping your business here. And I wish you the best. And it's people like you that's going to make Mount Pleasant better. And thank you so much.
And I do like your candles. My wife buys a lot of them. Yes, that's fair. That's fair.
All right, let's get a motion.
I would like to make a motion. I'm trying to see where. Okay. I would like to make a motion that the Mount Pleasant EDC performance agreement to Alexander Ryan Investments.
I second the motion.
All right, Madam Secretary, can we get a vote?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. And I'm glad we're having a little fun now.
A little delirious. Okay. Vote is unanimous. And we'll go ahead and close the open session. You bet. Yeah, y'all take care. We're going to move back into executive session.